Hello everybody, how y'all doing? Good evening. Howdy and welcome. Welcome Sussy, welcome Poco, welcome Cursed, Tealer, welcome Valkers, welcome Karma, welcome Sisto, Rune, Thief, welcome Karma, Weeb, Lep, welcome Karma, and anyone else who might be lurking, or who might join us along the way. It is I, your PP speaking, and all the music we just listened to was from Sonic Frontiers because the cyberspace music still kicks ass. It's still damn great stuff, I tell you what. But yeah, hope y'all are doing well. You're here to see some Forg. I'm sorry. No more Forgs. We are about to get into some Lost Odyssey. And today is largely going to be treasure hunting, I guess. Is that how you'd put it? We're going to be hunting some treasure. We're going to be like doing pretty much just treasure hunts. And I'm going to find like the different various shrines. Because I'm fairly certain, I'm almost certain that the next plot thing we start will lead to the final dungeon. I'm not 100%, but I believe that to be the case. Hey, Wolfast, how's it going? So, yeah, I'm not sure how much plot stuff we're going to get done today, but we'll do a little plot recap all the same. If I had to do another stream, I'm going to end up reading this exact same plot recap because I don't think there's... It's probably going to be this stream, then the next stream, then that might be it for Lost Odyssey. Who knows? Who knows? We'll see as we go. But, yeah. I'm going to ignore chat for a little bit. I appreciate you all, but I'm not talking to you. Because it is time to recap the story so far in Lost Odyssey. 1,000 years ago, 5 immortals came to this world with a mission. At the end of that millennium, Gongora, one of the 5, betrayed the others. As he could not kill them, however, he erased their memories instead. The 5 immortals were scattered, and one, Kaim Argonar, unknowingly became Gongora's sworn sword, as the sorcerer rose to a place of power in the Council of the Republic of Ura, leading its magical research. A chance meeting with another immortal, the free-spirited pirate Seth, and a mission from the Council that separates Kaim from Gongora, leads to the two beginning to unlock their own memories, including that of Gongora's betrayal. The two eventually reunite with their fellow immortals, Ming, the queen of the isolationist nation of Namara, and Kaim's wife Sarah, an accomplished sorceress. Each of the 4 experienced the trauma that allowed Gongora to erase their memories. Kaim and Sarah witnessed the supposed death of their daughter, Liram, orchestrated by the sorcerer. Seth's long-term companion, the winged beast Aneros, attacked and dismembered her son, Sed, and in the ensuing combat, Seth was forced to kill her old friend. Ming was coerced into locking away her own memories, or face the destruction of her kingdom of Namara at the hand of Gongora's demons. Some mystery still remained to the immortals, like the reason they came to this world in the first place, and what the nature of their 1,000-year pact was. However, they remember that at the time they were meant to return to their own world, Gongora betrayed them at the Hall of Mirrors, the link between worlds. Gongora discovered that magical energy flowed into the world of mortals through the Hall of Mirrors, and that he could harness and grow this magic to his own ends, even as it polluted the planet, devastating the environment and creating monsters. When the other immortals sought to stop Gongora, he rendered them unconscious and set the circumstances that led to their amnesia. Along the way, the immortals have also been joined by Jansen, a spy who originally worked for Gongora, but has shown real valor and turned against his once employer. Kaim also discovered that his daughter Liram had lived, but shortly after they reunited, Liram died of a chronic disease, and entrusted Kaim with the care of her children, his grandchildren, Cook and Mac. Seth was also reunited with Sed, her now grown son and a pirate in his own right. They are lastly joined by Tolton, a nobleman and ex-king of Ura who was used and betrayed during Gongora's ascent to power. Gongora has usurped total control of the Republic of Ura, stirring war amongst and with the neighbouring kingdoms to fuel his magic technology research. The pinnacle of this research is Grand Staff, a gigantic magical engine that has proven able to summon devastating meteors and to freeze entire cities solid. While still unaware of what Gongora's final plan is, why he desires all this magical power. The party recovers Sed's pirate ship, the high-powered Nautilus that allows them to pursue Gongora after a few setbacks. The reactivation of Ming's memories also reawakens the giant demons, the Arthrosaurus, that once threatened her city of Nomara. Whilst Ming was given credit of once petrifying the beasts that marched on her city and people, it was Gongora who did it, to force her to lock her own memories away. This time, however, with the help of her comrades, mortal and immortal, Ming is able to save Nomara from invasion, and to destroy the army of giant demons for good. Now, the party makes their preparations to track down Gongora in its flying fortress and magical weapon, Grand Staff, and to stop him once and for all. This is where we pick up our story. Wow. Okay, so basically, today is largely going to involve us getting as many of these treasures as we can. And as you can see, there are quite a few to get. Let her cook. I see what you did there. I've never heard this Gongaga joke before. It sounds like a right lark. Don't know how many of these are actually going to be worthwhile, but I reckon while we're finding these treasures we'll also be getting a little bit of grinding in, which is probably going to be useful for this final portion of the game. So this is where Mom was born. She used to talk about this place all the time. Really. But there's something scary about this place. Duh, dummy. It's been abandoned, so of course it's that way. Sorry. Oh, don't worry. It's completely true. It used to be such a nice place. Sorry. Is it alright if I go in for a moment? There's a poetry notebook of mine that should still be somewhere inside. It's just a simple notebook, but I want to keep it close, since it contains the very first song Liam sung for me. It must be the same song that Mom always sang to us. I bet that's the one. I'll go look for it too. Kaim, you don't mind, do you? Not at all. Oh, I also triggered a little mini quest, whatever you want to call it. Here we go. Here's the first one. Weedus. Inflicts Weedus on one enemy. What does Virus do? What is... What? What? This game could explain so many things. Am I sure there's not something that explains what Virus does? I guess this is one of those things that one should have a manual for. And I do have a manual. Let's check it out. Oh man, this is a proper manual too. Comes from a time when manuals were manuals and JRPGs were badly translated. Got character descriptions. Okay, virus damages at the end of every turn, so it's poison. Thank you. Why do I get this feeling of deja vu? Hey, it looks like all the monsters are gone now. This place was full of them. A long time ago, I heard people explain that the monsters were attracted to the gloomy energy here. I see. My inner feelings must have lured them all here. And then they hurt everyone. Shouldn't think of it that way. It seems that the monsters have departed. What further proof do you need that the negative energy has gone from your body? I suppose you're right. After all, I wouldn't be here today without all of you. I hope you all understand how much I appreciate what you've done for me. So yeah, when we first find Sarah in her still amnesiac form, she was disguised as an old sorceress, and she had lost control of her magical energy because she had forgotten everything but the sense of trauma from seeing her daughter's death and living in this mansion that sort of like reminded her of all that stuff. Led her magic and grief to go out of control. Ultimisia nuts. I thought Mac just said that the demons are gone from here. The little fucking liar.
You wanna fight or what?
Yeah, we've been here, Karma. That's today is going to be a lot of haven't we been here before? Because we're going treasure hunting. We're doing side shit. Rude. Take it back, weeb. Say psych right now. Decorate, thank you for the personas.
Wasn't even near my level.
And here we go with the first random hat redeem of the day. If you want a chance to win 5 maybe votes towards the Gimme Your Choice, all you gotta do is identify the character that I'm about to dress as. Bum bum bum. An owl? That's not a name. It is if you're playing Sekiro. Alright, if I'm dressed as Sekiro from Isle, if I'm dressed as Sekiro from the hit video game Isle, you win. And And here I am. Yeah, if I play Sekiro on stream, I definitely have to get an owl costume. Oh, V gets it. The warrior of Loy. What is that skill? Special accessory. Allow special accessories to be equipped. Sure. You're a genius. You're a genius. You did it. Alright, so from something from Mac or said. Get another accessory on Sarah. We give him some points to FF9. Sure. They're Sisu Lard. They're Lard. Sarah Slart Mall Cop. She's too good. She's too good to get that comparison. Doesn't deserve that.
Take the initiative, I always say.
I don't know, I think this game has a lot going for it design-wise. But of course I would. I am a game enjoyer.
Isn't even near my level.
Seth learned spell counter and double back. Sarah learned spell counter and crisis attack boost. Wow. Oh, speaking of, it's time to switch things. Alright. Ming, who are you learning from? You know what? You're not actually an analytic person, so we'll put on a different one. Yeah, it's good that we have a resident Guy Fieri understander.
Now or never.
Oh. Is it elemental magic's no good against that guy? Is that what it is?
I better not see your face again.
Okay, so we are closed off from the mirror world, which makes sense since it was Sarah's magic that was sustaining it. So where exactly does she want us to go? Underground again? Her little hidden place? Hey, who did that? Oh. I can feel a vast negative energy here. Why is there a monster like this here? This power. No. This feeling. Is it sadness? Is this the product of my own sadness? Sarah, calm down. If this monster's feeding on sadness, all we've got to do is destroy it here, right? We'll help out too. Right, Kaim? Yeah, of course. Thank you, everyone. Okay, let's go. V, take care. Kitty kissy. Also, V, if you haven't yet got this for like your Xbox Comp 1 or whatever, You might want to get on that because I think it's getting removed from the online marketplace at some point. Okay. Wind. So... fire? Darkness. Mana damage as well. Okay.
Thanks, pal.
Why is that healing it now? Okay, so darkness inflicts a random status element each turn. That's neat. I wonder if it's resistant to magic. If so, my guys should be focusing on themselves. Wow, okay.
Thanks, pal.
Let's go!
Need to buy some angel plumes, that's for sure.
Thanks for the help. Okay.
Jesus. Persona's properties have changed.
I'm okay.
Is it gonna be weak to magic now, I wonder? That would be my guess, so... Y'all... What is wrong with this guy? Oh, he's sleeping?
Okay.
You know, I think I'll give Kaim some white magic again. I think. Having him as a paladin style,
Okay.
actually pretty useful. Man, Walla takes 2 turns to get 1 level of barrier up. Okay, she's just blind. Virus, blind, signs of petrification.
Okay.
Darkness again, that's probably gonna kill Mac and Kime. Okay. We know what we're getting into this time. They surely and truly did. Will I play? Will I play better? Oh shit, I didn't get to keep my levels? Okay. You do not have anti-petrification. You do. And you also do. Not. Oh no, wait, you do. You do. You do. You do. Surely no one here would do such a thing. We all finish our games here, right? Alright, first turn, everybody at the front guards. I wonder if we can read some sort of tell for when it's about to do shadow. Loop Hero is good. Loop Hero's a good game. Tough though. Quite tough. As you get like further into it. The upgrades can really
Too smart, eh?
slow down. Mo, he says. Mo. 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 What the yuck?
Thanks, pal.
Okay, now.
Okay, so the first one was effective. That's good to know.
Let's go.
Crit heal time. Now is he gonna die to shadow? Or death? Thank fuck. Darkness.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay.
Fucking hell. Fuck, yeah, this is huge for this fight.
Let's go.
Okay. Here. Here.
I'm okay.
going on a big shopping trip after this one. Ailment Void. Evade status ailments. Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Okay. Here. Here.
Let's go!
Mac's gonna die. Man, double item is pretty excellent.
Okay!
Here. Here.
No, don't hit it. Oh, silly. What is this music? This is this shit's haunted music.
I'm okay.
Actually, this is Gongora's leitmotif. Don't know why it's playing that. Game sees some shit going down, just assumes it's Gongora.
Here. Here.
That was a waste of the second one.
Away!
Oh shit, I don't got no more. Kime, I wish I had kept you up with the magic learning. We could use you to support Wide Wage right now. Ah!
Here goes!
Ah. Doesn't work like that. Someone's gonna die.
Sorry about that.
Oh, that's right. If it's an immortal, I don't really need to get them up.
I'm okay.
Here! Here!
Alright, the only person who can get affected by that.
Thanks.
Actually, wait. Mac and Sed can both get affected by that.
Here!
Perfect. Randomly chose exactly the person I wanted it to. And got rid of petrification on Mac, which is excellent. Alright, that's not too bad. You can help Sad out.
Here!
I can hear that to some extent, Balco. Yeah.
Here!
Are you gonna turn around? Darkness. That might kill Sarah. That did kill Sarah, so we have to be quite careful.
Here! Here!
Come on. Oh, he's reversing again. Is Sarah gonna get up?
Thanks for the help.
Excellent.
Here! Here!
Man, double item's so good. I should put that on more people. Fuck. There goes Sarah, because she lost her Barricadus.
Here! Here!
Okay, let's go.
Thanks for the help.
Okay. Here. Here.
Alright, let's see if Sarah can get a barricade us in. Mac's gone. Darkness. That might kill Sarah again. Sure did.
Here. Here.
We've got to be so close.
Here. Here.
Ooh. That was a nice optional boss fight.
I better not see your face again.
All that 0 XP that Sarah and Mac get. Defeated Persona. We never have to play Persona ever again. Ah, is this the notebook Sarah's looking for? Yes, that's it. The monster was carrying it. No wonder we couldn't find it. Could be that the emotions buried inside this book were strong enough to attract the monsters here. I'm glad you found it, Sarah. Yes. Thank you, everyone. Oh, for real, that? And skip. Absorb fire element damage? Sure. God damn. We getting elemental absorptions up in this game? Alright, definitely need to stop at a shop. Do you have double item? Because that's... You do have double item. Why can't I set it? Oh, there it is. Man, it's a good thing I started doing the treasure hunts and that the first treasure hunt involved coming back to the mansion. I think it's the only treasure hunt that I have currently equipped, however. I think the rest we have to game facts to try and discover them. This is a very nice leitmotif. Alright, also game facts is not straight facts. What are the implications? Alright, let's learn a little bit more about some of the status ailments. Deal, prevents spellcasting, I knew that. Dizzy, random, it's basically confusion, but without the confusion. Like, targets random people, but people on the right side, essentially. Terror, yep, sometimes they're terrified, they won't attack. Frostbite, can freeze them. Petrification, curse inflicts random status ailment. Darkness inflicts a random status ailment every turn. Okay, I think I officially understand the various status ailments, but also we've never really listened to this song enough. I'm just gonna let it chill for a bit. I'll check out the rest of this sick-ass manual. Oh wow, the manual just straight up tells you the skills that all the mortals learn at the different levels. That's interesting. Or at least up until 25. Yeah, just up until 25. Which, you know, we've already gotten there. That's it. Oh, I should also look up our first treasure hunting clue. Talk to Dino at the Dino family house in Tosca. Where's Tosca? Where we just came from. There's not gonna be like one of the magic seals here. Is that a magic seal right there? If we're knocking out multiple birds per stone, that'll be great. That is not a royal seal. That is a Kalelon statue. You started going after all of them, but you think you stopped? I might stop. Well, we'll see how we get on. If it takes ages to like get each one of them, I think I'll just go for the royal seals. But we will at least spend the evening doing side shit. Man, all the music in this game is so good. Gonna be a sad day whenever Nobuo Uematsu does his last soundtrack. I think this is a ring guy in here. Nope. Not a ring guy, just a regular storekeep. Noise, 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 noise. You're welcome, Rin. Francis, thank you for the Persona votes. How far did you get in Tales of Arise today? I saw you were online, but I was EP, so I took a nap instead. Also, can we have a shout out for tea time with Francis, please? Listening to the lore dump. It does do that. It does indeed. Get dumpy with it. Na 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 na. Oh. Oh, was it at sea? Was it on the ocean? No? In space. Yeah, it was a pretty bad one there, but I think on the boat and the village shortly after the boat was the longest, slowest, and like most worthless bit of that whole game. I was ready to bite Pimmy's throat out, swear to God. Some say I still am. Alright, this is the Dino family home. Saman. Weird monster meeting hall in the Black Cave. Oh, the Black Cave's so big. It's so big. God, you're so big, Black Cave. You know, maybe I should find everyone who gives me a treasure quest. Right, Telio in Saman. Alright, two people we're looking to talk to. Talio and Saman and Zamalo and Saman in the tavern. It was a decent nap, Francis. I had a weird dream. I found a sugar glider in the dream. A little tiny baby sugar glider that was climbing all over my hand. Seaman? Saman? I don't understand. That guy's still obsessed with his doll. Oh, we got another seed. Little guy. We got another seed. Yeah, and in the dream I lived in a house that I only lived in for about 6 months of my life. It's a weird return. Sassy going to bed? That's an early bed, Sassy, but you sleep well. Take care of yourself. Alright, one guy's in the tavern, but the game FAQ did not say where the other guy is in Saman, so we're just talking to everyone here. Don't ask me where I'm from. Fuck you. Francis, what are you starting out? You finished Breath of the Wild. Can't remember if I asked you that beforehand. Here's the info. 2 monster kings live in the ice canyon. Smaller one's clever and sly. Bigger one's aggressive and violent. Fortunately for us, the bigger one's encased in a glacier. Rumor has the bigger one hid a treasure under his own feet and no one's tried to extract it yet. Wouldn't want to wake him up after all. Also, I'm not sure we actually got the shout out. The mods do like to slumber. Did you have a little sleepy sleep? This is the one that we're listening to. Ice water amulet. Nullifies water elements damage. Damn, we can teach all of our immortals to essentially just wipe out two elements. We got fire absorption and water nullification. That's pretty sick. Welcome, welcome. We've got some rare fruit in today, stranger. Go ahead, try one. It's the least I could do for our heroes here. Oh. Thinking about fruit? Alright, chat. I'll see you on the other side of the stream. Bright rain. The The bright rain is gonna start soon, the boy says, pointing out to sea. The bright rain? Kaim asks him. Uh-huh. It happens every night, way out there, he says with a carefree smile. It's so pretty. Bright rain, huh? Yeah. I want you to watch it with me tonight. It's really pretty. The boy has never once left the island in the 10 years since his birth. The island is small and poor, and the only ways to make a living there are fishing from dugout boats and gathering forest fruits. One monotonous day follows another. The islanders waking at dawn and sleeping beneath the star-filled sky. The boy does not yet realize that this is the greatest happiness of all. The boy begins speaking to Kaim, who turns to look in his direction. Hunkered down on the beach in the moonlight, the boy in profile glows like a chocolate sculpture. Weird. Over there, where the bright rain falls, is a great big island, right? I know all about it. That island is way bigger than this one. And way more stuff goes on there, and it's just full of shiny things and pretty things and food that's way better than I could even imagine, right? Don't worry, I know all about it. Kaim says nothing but gives the boy a peanut smile. Beyond the horizon lies a big island indeed, a vast continent. Kaim was there until 4 days ago. Then, rocked in the hold of a freighter for 3 days and nights, he crossed the sea to this island. I know about it, but I've never seen it, the boy says, his voice dropping. He hangs his head, diverting the moonlight from his face. His chocolate skin melts into the darkness. Would you like to go there? Kaim asks. Sure I would, the boy replies without hesitation. All the kids here want to. Everybody leaves the island, I suppose. Sure they do. Boys and girls both. As soon as they're old enough to work, they go to the other country. Me too in another 5 years. I'll be ready in 3 years. Then I'll take the boat that you came here on and go to the other country and work hard and eat tons of yummy things. The boy raises his face again. Locked on the ocean, his eyes are shining. They are eyes full of hopes and dreams. But he knows nothing of the other country. He can never know a thing about it as long as he stays here. Not one of the young people who crossed the sea, their eyes shining like the boys with hopes and dreams, ever came back. Of course not, the boy would say. The other country is so much more fun. There's no point in coming back. The boy believes in the happiness awaiting him in the other country, about which he knows nothing. Only when they leave the island do the brown-skinned people here learn that their skin is a different color from that of the people in the other country. That the language of the island is of no use in the other country. That the people for the other country look on the islanders with cold eyes. That the only way for them to meet people with the same brown skin, the same language, and the same birthplace is to head for the island people's ghetto in town. The first words the boy was certain to learn in the other country's language would be the ones that the people of the other country use for people like him. Illegal alien. By the time he learned it, he would be tumbling down the hill into the ghetto. The boy gallops away from the beach and returns a few minutes later with an overflowing armload of fruit. He says they grow where the wind from the ocean meets the wind from the mountains. They're at their best on nights when the moon is full. Go ahead, have a taste. He wipes a piece of fruit against his worn-out shirt and hands it to Kaim. What do you call this? Kaim asks. You're going to laugh, they pinned such a fancy name on it. Grain of Happiness. That's a nice name. Kaim bites into a grin of happiness. It is shaped like an apple from the other country, but it is some 2 sizes smaller and just that much more packed with juicy sweetness. This is great, Kaim says. You really like it? I'm glad, the boy says with a smile, but he is soon hanging his head again and sighing. I like him a lot too. But I bet the other country has all kinds of stuff that's way better than this, right? Kaim does not answer him, but takes another bite of a grin of happiness. The boy is right. There are lots of foods in the other country far more delicious than these grins of happiness. Or, more precisely, there were. Now, however, the other country has been transformed into a battlefield. The war started 6 months ago. That was when the boy began seeing the bright rain every night. The prosperity of the other country is extreme. The most glittering happiness is available there to anyone with enough money, and money is available there without restriction to anyone with enough power. Might makes right. Wealth is goodness. Those who are neither mighty nor wealthy obtain right and goodness by finding others who are both weaker and poorer than themselves, and ridiculing, despising, and persecuting them. The island people, whose language and skin color are different from those in the other country, are seen as the other country's shadow. This is not a shadow, however, that forms because there is light. The very existence of the shadow is what makes the light all the brighter. This is the only way that the inhabitants of the other country know how to think about things. Eventually, however, strength reaches a saturation point. Wealth that has run its course begins to stagnate, and expansion is the only course left open. Desires can only be fulfilled through a continual bloating. In order for the other country to remain strong, and for the wealthy to stay wealthy, the leaders of the other country made war on the neighboring country. Any minute now, the boy says, looking out to sea again with a carefree laugh. The bright rain is going to fall, way out over the sea. The war was supposed to have ended quickly. Everyone in the other country believed that with overwhelming wealth and strength, it would be easy for them to bring the neighboring country to its knees. To be sure, at first the war went according to plan. The occupied areas grew each day, and the entire populace of the other country became drunk with victory. One after another, however, the surrounding countries took the side of the neighboring country, which was only natural, for if the neighboring country fell, they themselves might be the other country's next target. The other country's entire diplomatic strategy failed, which was only natural, for no country on earth will make friends with a country that only knows how to flaunt its wealth and power. An allied force was organized around the neighboring country. Together, the surrounding countries sought to encircle and seal off the other country. From that point on, the war entered a stalemate. Limited battle zones saw troops advancing and retreating again and again, in the course of which the other country's wealth and power was consumed little by little. Disgust for war began to spread among the populace, and to obliterate that mood, the military circulated false propaganda. The military situation is developing in our favor. Our army has again crushed the enemy's troops. The truth was that the occupied territories were being recaptured one after another, and the allied forces now were crossing the border to strike inside the other country's territory. In response to a foolhardy attack by the enemy, our resolute fighting men launched a counterattack, annihilating their forces. The day of our victory is upon us. Stopping the war was out of the question. Admitting defeat was out of the question. The people had believed that wealth and power would enable them to rule everything, but now they knew the terror of having lost both. The Allied forces were joined by a powerful supporter. A mighty empire that wielded authority over the northern part of the continent joined the battle as if to say, "Let us finish the job for you," crushing the other country once and for all. But the powerful empire was not satisfied to destroy one upstart nation. It turned its overwhelming military might upon the Allied forces. As it had so many times in its history, it seized the opportunity of this clash with the surrounding countries in order to further expand its own power. Having lost its leaders and then been turned into a wasteland as far as the eye could see, the other country now became the new battlefield. Outnumbered, the Allied army hired mercenaries from another continent. Kine was one of those. For many days he participated in a losing battle in which there was no way to tell which side was fighting for the right. After seeing his mercenary unit wiped out, Kime headed for the harbour. The boy's island has maintained a position of neutrality in the war. It is simply too small to do otherwise. It lacks the war-making capacity to participate in the battle, and it possesses no wealth to attract the attention of the countries engaged in the fighting. But Kime knows what will happen. When the battle lines expand, the island will become valuable as a military foothold. One side or the other will occupy the island, and will do one of two things. It will construct a base, or it will reduce the entire nation to ashes, thus preventing the enemy from using it as a military foothold. Nor is this a matter for the distant future. At the latest, It will happen a few weeks from now, and perhaps as soon as 2 or 3 days. Kaim has come to this island to convey this message. To tell the people that many of them as possible should board tomorrow morning's regular ferry to the nearby island. He wants them to start by sending away the children. He hopes never again to witness the spectacle of young lives being crushed, like so many bugs. Oh look, there it goes, the boy cries out happily, pointing toward the horizon. The bright rain. Far out to sea, a white glow suffuses the night sky. The powerful empire has begun its night bombing. The boy has no idea what the bright rain really is. He can watch with sparkling eyes and murmur, so pretty, so pretty. To be sure, viewed from afar, the bright rain is genuinely beautiful, like a million shooting stars crossing the sky all at once. But only when viewed from afar. A dull thud resounds from the sky. Another dull thud, and another, and another. Thunder? Oh no. If it rains, we can't go out fishing tomorrow, the boy says with a smile and a shrug. Such a friendly little fellow, thinks Kaim. The boy had seen him on the shore and spoken to him without hesitation. Are you a traveler? He had asked, and went on speaking to him like an old friend. Kaim wants children like this to be the first aboard tomorrow's ferry. I'm going home now, says the boy. What are you going to do? Oh, I guess I'll take a nap under a tree. You can sleep in our barn. Why don't you spend the night there? Thanks, Kaim says. But I want to watch the ocean a little longer. Tomorrow, though, I'd like you to show me around. I get it. You want to see the head of the village. I know a shortcut through the woods, right over there. Kaim is hoping to convince the village head to evacuate the island. If they act right away, they can make it. They can save a lot of the islanders. But as the boy stands sweeping the sand from the seat of his pants, he looks questioningly at the sky. Funny, that's kind of different from thunder. The dull thuds keep coming without a break. Little by little, they draw closer. Kaim jerks his head up and yells at the boy, "The woods! Run to the woods!" What? Hurry! His voice is drowned out by the deafening roar of machine guns. The bright rain has started. The island has been made a target far sooner than Kaim had imagined. Hurry! Kaim yells, grabbing the boy's hand. The woods are the boy's only hope. Hey, wait a minute, the boy shouts, shaking free of Kaim's grip and looking up at the sky. It's the bright rain. It's falling here now too. Wow! All but dancing for joy, the boy gallops down the beach, until he is bathed from head to toe in the bright rain. A single night of bombing is all it takes to reduce the island to ashes. Never realizing the value of the happiness they possessed, never even knowing that such happiness had been snatched away from them in one night's passing, the people who filled the island with their lives until evening are gone in the morning, all dead except one, the immortal Kaim. On the beach at dawn, the only sound is that of the waves. Again today, no doubt, urban warfare will decimate the city streets, and tonight, the bright rain will pour down on the town again. The boy who called the rain beautiful will never again open his eyes wide with wonder. Kaim lays the boy's corpse in a small dugout canoe that survived the flames. He places a ripe grain of happiness on the boy's chest, and folds his arms over it, hoping that it will slake his thirst on the long road to heaven. He sets the dugout in the water and nudges it toward the open sea. Caught by the receding tide, rocked by the waves, the boat glides far out from the shore. Such a friendly little fellow, the boy smiles even in death. Perhaps it is the one gift the gods were able to bestow upon him. The boy is setting out on a journey. May it never take him to that other country, Kaim begs. Or any country for that matter. Kaim knows. There is no place forever free of that bright rain. Because he knows this, he sheds tears for the boy. The rain falls in his heart. Cold, sad, silent rain. Emptied of bombs, the sky is maddeningly blue, wide and beautiful. End. That wasn't about sugar gliders at all. Say this thing's broken. Dad said it'll start working again if I kick it, but I don't want to break it any more than it is already. Don't touch it, okay? It's not broken. Here, let me have a look. There you go. Oh, that's amazing. It's fixed. Thanks a lot, sir. Here, take this. I'm sad going around fixing shit. You give it back. What do you want? I didn't steal anything. Well, who else could it have been then, huh? Shut up. You want to go at it, don't you? Whoa, whoa, knock it off, guys. What's going on here? Someone stole all the sales money from my store. It was still there when the monsters attacked. This guy's been caught stealing before, and some people saw him nearby during the commotion too. It's gotta be him. That's a load of garbage. I don't know a thing about your money. Where's your proof, huh? No, I don't think you're a thief. Well, good, because I didn't do it. Ugh. Everyone immediately assumes it was me. Sure, yeah, maybe I've stolen a few times before, but... hang on. But everyone knows about that. I'm not trying to hide that. I mean, I tried hiding it before, but it's always failed before. My granddad was a real straightforward guy. Everyone loved him. We were poor, but he'd still help out anyone in need. Everyone here talks about how great he was, but they're all just taking advantage of him, really. Maybe he was happy with that, but I'm not. And besides, why's it gotta be me who stole? I'm not the only one around here who could have done it, you know? So, you're still saying you didn't do it? One of the eyewitnesses says you were near the store. I'm telling the truth here. I just seen someone near the store mean I'm the thief. Man, of all the luck. This town was a mess when I returned after a long time. I walked over to the town square and this strange crow startled me to death. That's the reason I ran. Crow? You mean that one that was over in the other store? I don't know. Saw it fly out of the store carrying this heavy looking bag in its beak. I thought maybe it was stealing food or something. So where's that crow now? Who knows? Flew away and landed near the big tree by the store. Not exactly sure where though. Fucking crows stealing shit. I told y'all, never trust a crow. Seen a crow? You seen a crow? Big tree, have you seen a crow? United by hatred, because you can't do shit alone. You need your crows to back you up. Your birdsona is a crow? You can't just have birdsonas, okay? I need to see you commit to becoming a bird trooper before you can talk that nonsense at me. Stunned by the crow's actions to just attack people they don't like. Alright, that's pretty good. That is undoubtedly a strong move. Hello there. Can I help you with something? Don't give me that smooth talk. Where'd your mountain of coins go, huh? Mountain of coins? Well, how rude of you. I'll have you know I'm an honest, decent, and well-respected trader around these parts. Mountains of coins? Nonsense. Surely you must be mistaken. Look, why are you lying about it? It stinks. I mean, I know staring at all that money and going hee 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 all day is perhaps kinda weird, but is it worth lying about to hide it? Of all the nerve. I've never been so offended in my life. You little scum. Get out of my face. Whoa, what was that about? I'll bet he's hiding something. Alright, what are you up to? Trying to rattle up Reardon over there? Trust me, this guy doesn't need our help riling himself up. And you are? I'm Investigator Zecht. I'm conducting an inquiry into Reardon, the owner of the place, on suspicions of smuggling goods. We know all about his black market dealings, but we still lack any proper evidence. I need to find a sales ledger or some kind of record. A ledger? You think he's talking about that book we picked up during the commotion? What's this? Whoa, it's a secret sales ledger. Of all his smuggling deals I've recorded in here. This is exactly what we need to arrest him. Where'd you find this? Found it in a safe inside this house. Well, he won't be able to talk his way out of this. It's time to conduct a full investigation. Ah, it's you again. Thanks to your ledger, we finally managed to take him into custody. Reardon tried to escape out the back, but I had my deputies keeping watch at all the exits. Finally gave himself up not long afterward. None of it would have been possible without the secret ledger you guys find. Thanks again. Noise. Okay, pretty good against just most kinds of enemy types. Machines, beasts, and boids. Oh, okay. I wasn't even expecting another treasure quest, but sure. Pardon me. A crow. A crow. Where is the crow? I have been pardoned. Now I can never be arrested. Oh, this is the... the auction. This is where I can buy all the items that I've missed. Aquara bomb. Oh, I didn't get my bid in time. Well, it'll come back around. Ambrosia. Yush. Beast hide rasps. Oh, slot seed. I want that. She's gonna bid me for it. No? Yay! Good shit. Well worth it. Got that slot sleed. Mana capsule. Also pretty good. I can get it at a low price. Alright. Fucker, just immediately jump it up to 800. Why not? Stop making it go up so much. Blazing rubies. Man, a lot of items we missed. Acquire bomb is one we saw before. Is that a chicken? I want to see this chicken make a bid. Please. The chicken did not make a bid. Seed, good shit. Say we mug the chicken. What's that chicken ever done to you? Bringing your hooligan ways to this auction house. An awakening bracelet. Probably anti-sleep. Who give this kid so much money? Fucking rich kids, man. Dang, I didn't even see that, and Lep just pounced on it immediately. Slart.com, how can I not trust it? Alright, so we got an accessory. We got a slot seed. We got a regular seed. Those are things that I have to remember. And another seed. And I win. Okay, 2 accessories. Awareness thing and 10 kilo weight. This guy better not swoop in with a bid. Okay. Darn you. Can't bid anymore. Only get 3 bids. We'll get another chance for it. Another seed. Good shit. Alright, I can outbid both of them. Why are you hipsing me? What have I done to deserve these hips? Look. So let me get through the auction. It's finite. It doesn't go on forever. It's a way of getting the items that you missed throughout the game. Damn. Give him the not a gamer? It's a compliment. I know. I'm wondering when do I get the not a gamer? Is Sailor Man gonna swoop in and take it at the end, you motherfucker? No. Nice. Whenever they get into a bit more with each other like that, it's makes for a nice quick auction. Oh, I almost stepped on my own foot there. Is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? Thank God. There we go. All items acquired. Alright, we got the... $10 kilo weight, reduces GC loss when attacked for a short while. Not bad. And the Awakening Bracelet increases skill slots by 3? Okay. God damn. That's pretty good. Jeez, that's really good. In fact, I'll go as far as saying jeepers. That's too far. I'm sorry. I lost myself a little bit. Alright, where the hell did I find this crow? You know where a crow is? Y'all seen any crows? Near the big tree. Is this the bag? Hey, I've got the money you're missing. What? Where? Right here. That shitty looking crow must have stolen it during the old mayhem. That bird must love shiny things. Can't believe it was the crow. But this is the money, alright. Talio wouldn't have put it here after stealing it either. Sorry for doubting you, Talio. I guess I owe all of you a favor after getting to the bottom of this as well. Huh, well, glad you believe me now. General's pen. You guys really helped me out though, you know? Why'd you believe me anyway? No one else would. Your grandfather helped me once. A long time ago. My grandfather? He's been dead for decades. You don't have to believe me. There he goes again. Ice cold as always. Pay no attention to him. And you, just stop acting so tough, okay? You're going to get into some serious trouble someday. Alright, now you should... Tip of the bank at Salmon Port, so we can get that one immediately. Also, we got a new accessory. I wonder if Kime can put on Sarah's notebook. Immunity to formation paralysis? Not really that great. But I do want Kime to learn this skill first. What is that? Spirit magic? Halves the HP of one enemy. God damn, that's pretty good. Whenever he turns his head like that, does that mean that there's something to investigate? Maybe not. Well, it didn't look like there was anything there at least. Man, I spent like over 50,000 gold in that auction house. Okay. Goats, in the hallway, 10th floor of the abandoned apartment. Wait, there should be someone who'll tell me about one here. Jeeg? Jeeg at the elevated entrance, it says. None of y'all are Jeeg? Is Jeeg done this away? Nope. Hat stinky? Can't believe you'd say this to me. Alright, here we go. Oh, this is gonna be a tricky one to guess. Who is possibly going to get the 5 maybe votes this time? I simply don't believe it can be done. Samus Aran? Samus Aran? Samus Aran? How do we say her name? Crate says it like 6 maybe votes, baby. What are they going towards, Crates? You get 6 for the full name. It is Metroid, yeah. Ancient pirate treasure lies in the terrace cave on the Mara coastline. 5 Persona 5, 1 FF9. Alright, 10th floor of the apartments. That's where we're heading next. That guy's eventually going to give me that money back, I'm sure. Boss of the monies lives in an undersea cave on Namara. One is money, but don't stand a chance against the monsters, and a normal ship couldn't make it down there anyway. Head to Namara. Get onto the ocean. I'm gonna write that down. Make sure I don't forget it. Cost money. Undersea cave at Namara. Okay, must not be in here. Dropped an item on the road that leads out of Lowtown. It's good. Won't take too long to find that one at least. Roll of balance. Slot hit inflicts damage on one enemy depending on your ally's empty skill slots. It's a weird one. Not too useful. I don't intend on keeping my ally skill slots empty. Okay. Next. The goats in a refugee camp. Talk to Still Peel Lax. After completing the Dawn quest. What is the Dawn quest? Oh, we got him. Seaweed, thank you for the Stanleys. Only chat in games where you can backseat and judge me for my choices, therefore you lurk. That's right. You're free to chat that shit. Here we go. All the memories gonna come flooding out this stream. The village closest to heaven. In this village ringed by jagged mountains, the women give birth to many children. 5 or 6 is not uncommon. Just the other day, the wife of the village headman gave birth to her 10th child. And why do you think that is? The young fellow asks the traveler, looking down at the snow-blanketed village. Kine cocks his head in the search of an answer. Meanwhile, the young man takes something like a piece of crystal candy from a small leather pouch. He pops it into his mouth and says with a laugh, "Because they die right away." The children? Uh-huh. Hardly anyone but grows up to be an adult. Most kids die after 5 or 6 short summers. Look at the village headman's wife. She's lost 7 kids already. Whether from a genetic problem or a disease endemic to the area, the people of the village have always lived short lives, he says, from way, way back. Now that you mention it, says Kime, I haven't seen any old people here. See what I mean? A few decades ago, I'm told, one person lived to be 50, but people say that's the oldest anyone ever got in the whole history of the village. This is why we give birth to lots of kids. Give birth to a lot and lose a lot. If just one of them lives into adulthood though, the family line is saved and the village history continues. You see my point? The young man is 16, as is his wife. Their first child is due to be born any day now. Literally today or tomorrow. The young man crunches down on the candy in his mouth. Let's get going, he says, and around his wrists he winds up the ropes he uses to pull the sled. He hasn't loaded the sled yet, but dragging it up the steep, snow-covered road is hard work. This, he says, is why the pay is so good. Only a few days earlier, he lost his good friend and fellow worker, who had been 3 years his senior. When Kime happened along, the young man asked him if he would be helped by pushing the sled from behind, until they cleared the pass. Kime agreed, and they became an instant team. Kime circles around to the back of the sled and asks, You don't have any animals to pull the sled? Afraid not, says the young man. I know it's strange, but our horses and cattle and donkeys all die young. You can spend a lot of money at the time market buying an animal, and it'll kill over before it's done a lick of work. Finally, the best way is for us humans to plough the fields and pull the sleds ourselves. The arms with which the young man himself is pulling his sled are massive, and he forges through the road's snowy cover with powerful steps. His fellow worker was stronger still. He says, He taught me how to pull the sled, how to set rabbit traps, how to build a fire. All the skills I need to live with, all the love he'd give to a kid brother. Before I knew it, he was gone. People always die suddenly, he says. They can be perfectly healthy 1 minute and drop dead the next. No time for suffering. Just like that. No time to call a doctor. Even if a doctor comes, there's nothing you can do. Did your friend die that way? Uh-huh. He was shoveling the snow that piled up overnight, clearing the road, when he dropped dead. By the time we ran over to help him, he was gone. That's how it always is. Always. That's how they die. Grown-ups, kids, everyone. And you too then. I guess so. Nobody knows when the moment is coming. Might be decades from now, or it could be tomorrow. After this cool pronouncement, the young man turns to look at Kime and, pointing to his own chest, says with a smile, Or maybe even now. The smile is genuine, without a hint of despair or bitterness towards the cruelty of his fate. Aren't you afraid to die? Kime starts to ask him, but stops himself. It's a stupid question, he decides, and one that he is not qualified to ask. Where could a man burdened with eternal life find appropriate words to speak to a man burdened with the threat of sudden death? Kime and the young man keep dragging the sled up the steep mountain path. Their destination is the lake beyond the pass. The young man's job calls for him to cut ice from the surface of the frozen lake and transport it back to the village. We in the village call the lake the Spring of Life. If you trace the source of the water that bubbles out of the ground here and there in the village, you always wind up at the Spring of Life. Kime nods silently. The ice from the Spring of Life takes forever to melt. That's why, look, you can even do this. Again, the young man takes a piece of the crystal candy, or rather ice, from his leather pouch and puts it in his mouth. It gives you energy. It's indispensable when doing hard work or for pregnant women or infants. Just put a piece in your mouth and it gives you instant strength. You're all dying because you're eating crack. The young man offers a piece to Kime, who nods again in silence. We're really not supposed to give any to outsiders, but you're special because I'm putting you to work. If I give it to you though, I want you to help me load the ice on the sled. I can handle it by myself on the way back. Kime silently accepts the ice from the young man, who assures him, tastes good too, and watches him smiling. Kime averts his gaze somewhat and puts the piece in his mouth. The ice should be nothing but frozen water, but it has a mild sweetness. Just as Kime expected. Are they even fucking coolant? He spits it out when the young man is not looking. Poison. I know that taste. thinks Kime. The village people are used to this taste, so they think nothing of it. Without a doubt, though, there is poison in the ice. The long flow of time smooths over the wounds inflicted by history. The permanently snow-capped peaks make people forget the existence of the wide world on the other side. The young man calls this lake the spring of life, but those who lived far beyond the mountains, at the source of the river that feeds the lake, used to know it as the pit of death. Long, long ago, several hundred years ago, the entire area around the river's source was polluted with the poisonous metallic outflow from a mine. The river was filled with dead fish floating belly up, and the poisonous gas that rose like a mist from the ground killed both the earthbound animals and the birds in the sky. The forest withered, and the lively town that had grown up in the development of the mine became a deserted ruin. Nature took many years to recover, but the forest eventually turned green again, which attracted small animals, eventually the larger animals that hunted them. People, however, never came back, and there was no one left to hand down the story of the tragedy that occurred at the river's source deep in the mountains. The only one who knows everything that happened is Kime, the man who has lived 1,000 years. The young man stands by the frozen lake and takes a nice, satisfying stretch. You know, he says to the traveler, I sometimes think this village just might be the closest one to heaven in the whole world. Perhaps it's because we are too close to heaven that we're all summoned by the gods early on. Don't you think that might be true? Kime says nothing in response to this. Over many years, this lake has accumulated the metallic poison that's flowed into it from upstream, and over many years the poison that infiltrated the soil has mingled with the groundwater, bubbling up in the spring water with which the villagers slake their thirst. No one knows the exact chemical makeup of the poison, but at least it does not cause the villagers to suffer until, at the last moment of their lives, the accumulated poison suddenly takes its toll. This may be its one fortunate aspect. On the other hand, this might simply make the misfortune it brings all the more conspicuous. Still, the young man says as he saws off a piece of ice by the shore, I do hope that the children my wife and I have will be able to live longer lives. Say, if we have 5, at least one of them will live long enough to grow up and have kids. That way, for me, it would be like finding some meaning in having been born into this world. It was the same with my father and mother, and my grandparents. They all had lots of kids, and mourned the loss of lots of kids, but managed to raise 1 or 2 to adulthood before they died. That's what gives our lives meaning. He wipes the sweat from his brow and puts another piece of ice candy in his mouth. If I were to tell him everything I know, thinks Kime, if I were to tell him everything that's been buried in the darkness of history, and if he were to tell the other villagers, this tragedy might not have to be repeated. The young man says, when a baby is born here, they ring the village bell. Also when someone dies. Same for both. Birth and death are like 2 sides of the same coin, so there's no sadness when someone dies. Everybody sees them off with a smile and a wish. You go ahead of us to heaven and save a good spot for us. You understand that sentiment? I do, says Kime. I do. So we've always done it. Welcoming lots of new lives to the village and sending lots of lives off to heaven. I've never been much of a student, so I don't know exactly how to put this, but I think that maybe the village closest to heaven is a place where life and death are right next door to each other. The young man gives Kime an embarrassed smile at the sound of his own words. Maybe it's because I'm about to have a kid of my own that I'm starting to think about these complicated things. No, that's fine. I see exactly what you mean, Kime says. The moment the words leave his mouth, a bell sounds from the foot of the hill. Several long, slow rings. That's it, exclaims the young man. My child has been born. He dips his head and says again, as if savouring the sound of his own words, my child! While the bell is rung likewise for births and deaths, the young man says, the sound in each case is subtly different. When a young villager learns to tell the two apart, he or she is considered to be an adult. I hope this one lives a long time, the young man says, choking with a flood of emotions that show on his face, but then he goes on as if to negate his own hopes for the future. Either way, whether it takes a long time or not, my child has not been born into this world. That's all that matters. So happy. So happy. Eyes full of tears, he turns a beatific smile on Kime, and then, still smiling, He collapses where he stands. Chaim lays the young man's corpse on the sled and returns to the village. As the young man said, the villagers accept his death with the same smiles they had for the birth of his baby. Death is not a time for sorrow. It simply marks whether one has been called to heaven earlier or later. The young man's wife takes an ice candy from the leather pouch he has left behind and places it gently into the baby's mouth. I want you to grow up to be strong and healthy, she says. Daddy is saving a wonderful place for you up in heaven. Go there slowly. Slowly. And until you go to heaven, I want you to grow up here in the village till you're nice and big. Her words have the gentle tone of a lullaby. Chaim says nothing. If he is to stand unflinchingly for what is right, his silence may be a crime. But, burdened with eternal life, Chaim knows how suspect the right can be. Throughout history, people have fought and wounded and killed each other in the name of what they declare to be right. By comparison, the look on the dead young man's face is tranquility itself. The village closest to heaven is filled with happiness indeed. The baby starts to cry. Its loud wailing like a celebration of the beginning of its own life, however short that life is likely to be. Chaim leaves the village with a smile on his face. The village bell begins to peal, reverberating with utter clarity through the distant mountains, as if to bestow a blessing on the young man who lived life to the fullest, with neither resentment nor regret. And when this too long life of mine draws to a close, Chaim thinks, I'd like to be sent off with the sound of bells, like this if possible. Because he knows that day will never come, Chaim walks on, never stopping, never looking back. His long journey is far from over. End. Amen. Scobie. Tried your hard and got your far. In the end, it doesn't even matter. Box of supplies near the hot spring in the Goatson refugee camp. Nice, that's a close one too. But yeah, that was, I simply would have told them to stop eating poison if I was me, to be quite honest with you. I would have been like, don't eat poison. Would be my words of choice. Spire Commander and Spire Ring. Water, magic killer, poison effect. Very nice. Midden, thank you for the sleepy dogs as well. I had a little lurking while you were playing Silent Hill 3. Not for too long because that's a game that I haven't played in quite some time and very much look forward to replaying. But how are you enjoying it? Are you liking it? It is one of my top horror games of all time. So if you don't like it, you have to go. Oh shit, we're going straight into another one? Chaim came back 5 years later. Everybody was eating more poison. The waterfall lies deep in the forest, more than a day's travel from the nearest village. It's said to be a holy place. In search of the divine amid the towering peaks, pilgrims stand beneath the plunging falls in their final ascetic practice. Oh shit! My Dr. Pep, it was fine when I was opening it. And then like seconds later, please excuse me, I've once again been spurted upon by my Dr. Pep. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Man, it looks like I pissed myself so violently. I lost a good, I don't know, 25% of my Dr. Pep to Spartan. Anywho, back to our story. Man, it's still fizzing up. I tried opening it again and stopping it with my mouth, but it just keeps on fucking going. What is up with this Dr. Pep? Who did this? Alright, it finally calmed down. I swear to God, it's just Dr. Pepper that fizzes up like that. It's so weird. Anyway, the waterfall lies deep in the forest, more than a day's travel from the nearest village. It is said to be a holy place. In search of the divine amid the towering peaks, pilgrims stand beneath the plunging falls in their final ascetic practice. The water of the falls is freezing cold. All it takes is a momentary lapse of concentration, and the person is hammered down by the rushing water. The pilgrims call this waterfall the Stones of Heaven. Heaven is testing their mental and physical strength, they say, by hurling an endless stream of stones down upon them in the form of the powerful waterfall. And the stones have a mysterious power, a former pilgrim says to Kime with a pained smile. He himself failed in this final austerity, he adds. Different stones of heaven fall on each person. It's as if they can see into your heart. What do you mean? Kime asks. The burdens you bore and the dreams you earned in the secular world appear to you one after another. In his own case, he says, what came to him first were the voices of women. The water plunging down into the basin of the falls began to sound like women's voices. Sweet voices whispering in my ear. Voices sobbing. Voices moaning in a lover's embrace. An incredible variety. And, for better or worse, I knew every single one of them. Some I was thrilled to hear again, while others I hated remembering. Meaning, you've gotten yourself into a lot of trouble involving women? I have indeed. Not to boast or anything, but that was one battlefield I knew better than anybody. I survived, but I made a lot of women cry, and were a lot of them I loved. My whole purpose in undertaking the austerities was to put that life behind me. But the stones of heaven know what they're doing. In the final test, they go after your greatest weakness, and if you waver the slightest bit, you've had it. The water slams you down, and your austerities are over. The man feeds a stick of kindling into the campfire. And I'm not the only one, he continues. One fellow heard the voice of his mother he hadn't seen since he was a little boy. Another heard the voice of his dead child. Is it always voices? I wish it were. If you hold up through the voices, the waterfall's mist starts changing into the shapes of people. You might see somebody who you hated so much in the secular world that you wanted to kill him. Or it might be some loan shark you had to go into hiding to get away from. One little flinch, and you're done for. This particular austerity can be performed only once. There are no second chances. Someone who has persevered for a whole day and night, but who feels in the end has no choice but to return to the secular world in defeat, as this man did. Not that it was easy for me to get on my feet once again once I was back there either. The man chuckles and calls out to a young pilgrim, or More precisely, to a young man who was a pilgrim until a few moments ago, but who was just now dragged himself up the lip of the basin in utter dejection. Hey, young fellow, the campfire's over here. I've got liquor to warm up your insides, and some fresh grilled meat. Get a little of that into your stomach, and you'll have the strength to make it down to the village. The man now makes his living as the master of the tea house by the waterfall. Of course, pilgrims undergoing austerities carry no money with them, but the man is not expecting to become rich doing this work. For bodies chilled by long hours of pounding under the waterfall, he provides a warming fire, food and drink, and sometimes even money to tide them over when they first go down to the village. Payment can be made at any time. The men can bring him the money after they have started to take in earnings again from jobs they find in the secular world. He sets no dates for repayment. He takes no IOUs. He says he's fine with that. Aren't there some who don't pay at all? Kaim asks. Of course there are, the man says matter-of-factly. But I think of my running this tea house as another kind of discipline for myself. Another kind of discipline? That's right. The stones of heaven will accept only the strongest pilgrims, the ones unperturbed by anything. The role I want to play is to accept the ones who were broken by the stones of heaven, the weak human beings. I want to go on accepting the weakest of the weak, the kind who not only succumb to the stones of heaven, but who even feel to pay for their food and drink afterwards. Is that your kind of discipline? Exactly. It makes for a hard life, that's for sure. I thought I was prepared to deal with cheats and weaklings, but there are a lot more of those than I ever bargained for, he declares with a hearty laugh. But then he quickly turns serious and says, To tell you the truth, I think of this less as a form of discipline than a way to get even. Get even? With whom? With those gods or whatever they are that keep hurling down their stones of heaven. Human beings are weak, shockingly so in the eyes of a god. But I think, and this is not just because of what happened to me, that being weak is the best thing about us human beings. Weakness can make us cunning, but it can also make us kind. Weakness can torment us, but it could just as easily be our salvation. Don't you see? If the gods are hurling down their stones of heaven just to make people aware of their own weakness, just to make us savor our own powerlessness, then I'd just as soon drop my trousers and mend them. I'd slap my bare butt and say to them, I'm not like you. I'm not going to punish human beings for being weak. I accept them for what they are, weakness and all. The man feeds a new piece of kindling to the fire and says with a shy shrug, I guess I got carried away. Kaim smiles and shakes his head as if to say, Not at all. Tell me though, the man goes on, I see you're a traveller, but you don't seem to be a pilgrim. You're right. I'm not, Kaim says. I was trying to cross over the pass, and took the wrong road. Well then, as long as you're here, why not give the stones of heaven a try? It'll be something to talk about. No thanks, Kaim says, smiling. What's the matter? Afraid they're going to show you whatever it is that shakes you up? The man smiles and nods. Can't say I blame you though. The man is mistaken about Kaim. He is not the least bit afraid of such a thing. What scares him is the opposite prospect, that of not being shaken up, of encountering in himself a person unmoved by anything at all. Anyway, it would be suicide to jump into the waterfall without preparation. How's that? It's freezing cold for one thing. There's even colder water bubbling up from a spring in the basin. Even the most well-conditioned person has to be careful and take time to accustom himself to the low temperature. If you go in all at once, it can stop your heart. The man jerks his chin in the direction of the falls as if to say, Look at them. Two new pilgrims are preparing themselves for the challenge of the stones of heaven. The men appear to be brothers. The older one kneels at the edge of the basin, splashing himself and massaging the cold water into his skin from foot to heart level. The younger brother is too impatient for that. He wants to jump right under the falls. The elder brother cautions him and takes all the time he needs to accustom himself to the water's coldness. He exudes the quiet power of one who has withstood the most rigorous training. Aha, the tea house owner says to Kime, smiling. We're in for a rare privilege. I think we're about to see the first successful attempt in a long while. You can tell? Kime asks. You can if you spend as much time here as I have. The winners or losers are decided before the men ever step onto the falls. Having completed his meticulous preparations, the elder brother enters the basin. Even then, the steps he takes are slow and cautious. The young brother follows him in, kicking him up a spray with every step. The younger one is hopeless, says the man with a sigh, adding another stick of kindling to the fire. I'd better get the liquor ready now, he mutters to himself. The brothers stand side by side beneath the pounding waterfall. The stones of heaven rain down upon them. As the man predicted, the elder brother, utterly calm, stands up to the onslaught of images sent by the stones of heaven. As the man predicted also, the younger brother yields to the stones of heaven and is beaten down into the basin of the waterfall. But then something happens that goes far beyond what the man had predicted. Rising in agony, the younger brother bobs helplessly in the basin. Unable to raise himself, he is drowning. He tears at his own chest, his heart failing. He was not fully prepared to enter the icy water. Help me, brother, please. But the elder brother doesn't move. He remains under the waterfall in total concentration. Hey, Yuho, what is up? Welcome in. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you're enjoying your Resi Evil 4 playthrough. We're in the middle of a little short story here. Just like tidying up things before the end of Lost Odyssey. And there's a lot of tidying up to do, so I'll get on with it. But thank you so much for the raid. Good to see you. Hey, what are you doing there? Hurry up and help him, the man yells, but the elder brother's expression remains unchanged. He never flinches. He's drowning. You can't just leave him like that. He'll die. The elder brother never moves. He grits his teeth, keeps his eyes clamped shut, and shows no sign of moving out from under the waterfall, as if to declare, this is it. This is the final test of the stones of heaven. The man screams at him, you idiot, and dives into the roiling basin in a rash effort to help the younger brother. For the moment, his untrained body hits the frigid water. The shock of it seizes his heart. Still, he reaches out toward the drowning brother, who is sinking beneath the surface. A great shudder goes through him, and with an enormous groan he takes the young man's wrist and pulls his limp body towards him. He tries to return to the shore, but his strength gives out and he falls back into the water. Next, it is Kime's turn to dive into the basin beneath the falls. He takes hold of the two unconscious men and drags them towards the shore. The stones of heaven pour down on Kime, and he is assaulted by one vision after another. Battlefields, scenes from his wanderings, shooting stars, the climbing and sinking sun, raging winds, and countless deaths of those he has come to know on the road of his all too long life. It will do you no good, he silently declares to the gods, hurling the stones of heaven at him. My heart remains unmoved. I've lived through a reality far crueler than any phantom you can show me. Whether or not his life is a sign of his strength, he does not know. He will not boast of it, nor will he tell the tale to others. He has, however, lived it. That much is certain. He has lived it through the years. Kime climbs onto the shore and lays the limp bodies of the tea house master and the younger brother beside the fire. As he warms himself, he thinks, the gods who hurl the stones of heaven are inferior gods. If they could truly see into everything, they would never have been foolish enough to show Kime scenes from his past. For what would disturb him most of all would be the unwelcome sight of moments from his own limitless future. And if they were to ask him one simple question, for what purpose were you born? His knees would buckle in an instant. The first to regain consciousness is the young pilgrim. The tea house's master's condition is critical. Kaim attempts to warm him and massage his drenched heart. Have little effect. Pull yourself together now. Look, we've got a fire here. The fire you built. Let it warm you. Kaim shouts into his ear until the man finally manages to force his eyes open a crack and move his purple lips. Is he alright? Sure, he's fine. Don't worry. Oh, good. Good. Pull yourself together, man. Tell me, though. Is strength the same as coldness? Never mind. Stop talking. Because if that is true, if strength is coldness, I don't want any part of it. The man gives Kaim a faint smile and closes his eyes. He will never open them again. Human beings are weak and fragile. All it takes for a person to die is for a fist-sized organ to stop beating. Human kindness, on the other hand, may derive from everyone's profound awareness of the fragility of life. Facing the tea house master's lifeless corpse, the younger brother hangs his head and cries. This weak man, defeated by the stones of heaven, sheds heartfelt tears for the man who saved his life. His strong elder brother, meanwhile, is still being pounded by the waterfall, unfazed by the stones of heaven. Surely his strength will be recognized by the gods, and he will bring his ascetic training to perfect completion. Still, Kaim finds the Styrian face of the younger brother beautiful in a way the stronger elder brothers never can be, and he wishes that he himself could be moved like the younger man. There was an unmatched nobility in the last smile of the tea house master, who gave up his life to save that of a complete stranger. Kaim wishes that he too could experience such feelings. And what of my own face? Living through 1,000 years of life is not strength. Yet, burdened with a life he cannot lose, will Kaim ever be able to change weakness into kindness? This he cannot tell. He can only live unknowing. He can only walk on. He can only continue his journey. Kaim looks at his reflection in the basin of the waterfall. On the water's heaving surface, he sees the trembling face of a lonely wanderer. End. That was a neat story. We spent 40 minutes on 2 short stories. Although, I do enjoy them. I do very much enjoy them. That one, you know, also did not involve a whole village of people dying by eating poison, which is, nice. I appreciate that. To the city of Ura. Complaining man in the central station. Do I really have the right to stop them? I'm gonna talk to... Oh, there we go. There's one. Gongora's secret research lab. Let's go talk to everyone on the way to the station as well. I mean, it is easy to make fun of, but they really were very happy jamming snakes into their eyes. Like, it had shaped the whole village's philosophy that they just constantly had snakes in their eyes. Also, Scobie, when they're on a train, super easy. Station Square near the Royal Palace. With the hands, wall click, no Kent weapons and things. Gonna bring it all to the barker shop in Ura City. Okay, there's a store to visit as well. Take the lift to the tower to the monorail station. Security is tight at the moment, so don't do anything suspicious. Sure. Gonna kick all your cans. Fuck you. What are you gonna do about it? Can boy. But yeah, just imagine a train where you can like hang up all the soldiers themselves. Easy transport of soldiers into battle. Oh, that was remarkably easy. Just press some random shit. I really had no thoughts whatsoever. Just started pressing shit and it worked. I thought the junk at the top of the elevator was going to be like, at the top of the elevator I took up. But apparently not. You know what? My dad works in a magic production factory. He's the boss of the whole place. I'm not the boss of anything really. I'm glad she's proud of me though. Everything I do for her. Oh shit, this reminds me of when someone died. Hey, Starge. You're just in time for a little short story. Little Liar. Brackets. Undead Scobie. Everyone in the marketplace hates the little girl. Wait, why are you not supposed to be here? Not yet 10 years old and far from having outgrown the sweet innocence of childhood, she earns only open contempt from the grown-ups who have shops in the market. The reason is simple. She lies about everything. Hey mister, I just saw a burglar go into your house. Look, Liddy, everything just fell off your shelves. Hey everybody, did you hear what the traveler said? Bandits are planning to attack this market. Even the most harmless white lies can be annoying if repeated often enough, and the shopkeepers have found themselves growing angry. You'd better watch out for her too, the Lady Greengrocer warns Kime. Nobody here falls for her lies anymore, so she's always on the lookout for newcomers or strangers. Somebody like you would be the perfect target for her. Could be right. Kime is new to the town. He arrived a few days ago and has just started working in the marketplace today. What do her parents do? Kime asks while unloading a cart full of vegetables. The woman frowns and shakes her head with a sigh. He doesn't have any. They died? The mother did at least. Maybe 4 or 5 years ago. She was a healthy young woman who never so much as caught a cold in her life. Then, one day she collapsed, and that was it for her. How about the father? He sighs even more deeply than before and says, he left to find a job in the city. The parents used to operate a variety store in market, though the mother almost single-handedly took care of the actual buying and selling of the many goods they carried. As soon as she died, the shop's fortunes took a plunge until it was eventually taken over by someone else. The father went off to the distant capital city in search of a good-paying job that would enable him to cover their debts. He promised to come back in 6 months, but he has been gone for a whole year now. Letters used to arrive from him on occasion, care of his friend the tailor, but those two gave out about 6 months ago. I guess you could say it's sad for such a little girl to be waiting around for her father to come home, but still. The girl now sleeps in a corner of the communal storehouse run by the people of the marketplace. We used to talk about taking care of her, to be standing parents for her until her father comes back. This is no surprise to Kime. He knows from his own experience that all the people who work in the marketplace, not just this plump, kindly woman, are good-hearted and generous despite their limited means. Otherwise, they would have never hired a stranger like himself. But long before that first 6 months went by, we were all hardly sick of her. She was a sweet, simple girl while her mother was alive, but this experience has left her kind of twisted. All her sweetness is gone. Of course, we feel sorry for her and we take our turns feeding her and dressing her in hand-me-downs, but the way she keeps telling lies to all the grown-ups, nobody really cares about her anymore. Why can't she see that? She must be lonely, don't you think? With a pained smile, the woman shrugs and says, "That's enough gabbing for one day. Work, work." And she goes back inside the shop. Kime is sorting the vegetables he has unloaded in front of the shop when he hears a little voice behind him. "Hi, mister. You new here?" It's the girl. "Uh-huh. You're not from the town, are you?" "No, I'm not. Are you living upstairs while you work here?" "For a while at least. That's what I'm hoping to do. I'll tell you a secret, okay?" Starting already. "Okay," Kime says without pausing in his work. "There's a ghost in the marketplace. The people here don't tell anybody about it because it's bad for business, but it's really here. I see it all the time." "Really?" Kime responds with faint surprise. He decides to play along with her rather than scold her for her lying. In his endlessly long life of his, he has encountered any number of children who have lost their parents or been abandoned by them. The sadness and loneliness of children who have been cast into the wide world alone are exactly what Kime feels himself as he continues to wander through the infinite flow of time. What kind of ghost? A woman, and I know who she is. It's the ghost of a mother who lost her child, she says. Her little girl, her only child, died in an epidemic. Overcome with grief, the mother chose to die, and now her ghost appears in the market every night, searching for her daughter. The poor mother, she killed herself so she could be with her daughter, but she can't find her in the other world either. So she keeps coming, looking for her and calling out, "Where are you? Hurry and come with Mummy to the other world." The girl tells her story with deadly seriousness. "Don't you think it's sad?" she asks Kime. She actually has tears in her eyes, which is precisely why Kime knows she is lying. Even if he had not been warned by the woman, he would know this was a lie based on what she had told him about the girl's background. Kime carefully arranges the bunches of well-ripened grapes in a display crate and asks the girl, "Why do you think the girl can't find her mother?" "What?" the girl asks him with a dazed stare. Well, he explains, the girl's not in the other world, and she's not wandering around in this world. So where is she? Kaim does not mean for this to be a cross-examination. He simply feels that someone who lies out of sorrow can have a far easier time of it by recognizing the lie for what it is. The loneliness of a girl who has lost her mother and been abandoned by her father consists not in telling one little lie, but in having to keep on lying. Now you mention it, that's a good point, the girl says, smiling calmly. Really, where did the girl go? Kaim momentarily considers pointing at the girl as if to say, right here. But before he can do so, she continues. This is the first time anybody ever asked me that. You're kind of different. I wonder. No, you are. You're different, the girl insists. I think we can be friends. Her smile deepens. Kaim smiles back at her, saying nothing. Just then they hear the lady greengrocer coming from the back of the shop and the girl dashes away. Just before she disappears around the corner into the alleyway, the girl gives Kaim a little wave as if to say, see you soon. For the first time, the face of the girl with the all too grown-up speaking style shows a hint of childishness befitting her years. The girl begins coming to see Kaim at the shop several times a day when the lady grocer is not around. She tells him one lie after another. I baked cookies with my mother last night. I wanted to give you some, but they were all so good I ate them all. Bandits kidnapped me when I was a little baby, but my father came to save me and beat up all the bandits, so I didn't get killed. My house? It's a big white one at the foot of the mountain. You're new here, so you probably don't know it. It's the biggest house in the town. You don't have a family? You're all alone? Poor Kaim. I wish I could share some of my happiness with you. Her lies are born of sorrow. Sad, lonely lies. She could never tell to marketplace people who knew her background. At the end of every chat with Kaim, as she's leaving, the girl holds her finger to her lips and says, "It's just our little secret. Don't tell the lady grocer." Of course, Kaim says nothing to anyone. If he happens to find himself in a situation where the market people are speaking ill of the girl, he quietly slips away. Lies and disparagements are funny things. They don't take shape because someone tells them, but rather because someone listens to and voices agreement with them. A truly isolated individual can never speak ill of anyone. The same can be said regarding lies. Because she has someone to tell her lies to, the girl need not fall into the abyss of true isolation. To protect her small, sad share of happiness, Kaim plays the role of her listener, raising no objections. One day when the girl comes to see Kaim, she takes special care not to be noticed by the lady grocer or by the owners of the neighboring shops. Tell me, mister, are you planning to stay here a long, long time? No, I'm not, Kaim says, continuing to unload vegetables and fruit. You'll be leaving when you save enough money? Probably, but you don't have enough yet. I'm getting there, he says, turning a strained smile on the girl. This is a white lie of his own. He already has enough money to support himself on the road. Nor has he taken his current live-in job because he needs money so badly. He is here because he has not found a destination he wants to travel to. A journey without a destination is an endless journey. Wise men say that you need dreams and goals in life, but dreams to accomplish and goals to realize shine as guideposts in life precisely because life is finite. So then, what should be the dreams and goals of one who has been burdened with a life that has no end? Kaim's is a journey that cannot be hurried. Nor is it one that can be hurried. Perhaps drifting day after day with no destination cannot even be called a journey. If I were you, says the girl, I would get out of this marketplace as soon as I saved up enough for 2 or 3 days of traveling. Kaim responds to her with a silent, pained smile. What would be the look on the girl's face if Kaim were to tell her, I'm staying here for you? I'm finding the meaning of my life for now and providing you with a listener for your lies. The moment these words came to mind, words he can never actually speak to her, the girl looks around furtively and says in an ear whisper, if you want to get out of here soon, I know a good way you can do it. A good way? Sneak into the tailor's and steal his money. There's a little pot in the cabinet at the back of the shop. It's full of money. Are you telling me to steal it? Yes. She looks straight at Kime without the slightest show of doubt in her eyes. In all seriousness, she goes on to explain, that tailor deserves to have his place robbed. The money in the pot, she says, is tainted. I know this girl. Good friend of mine, she says, and is so sad about her. Her mother died, and her father went off to work in the capital, and she's all alone. Her father was supposed to come and get her after 6 months, but she hasn't heard a thing from him. Yet another lie born of sorrow. Kime calmly asks, is there some connection between your friend and the tailor? Of course, she says. A close connection. What's really happening is the father was sending her money every month in the way he was supposed to help make her life in the town a little easier, and he kept writing to her. He wanted to tell her he found a good job in the city, and she should come to live with him right away. He's too busy to come for her, so she should come to him, and he sent her money for the trip. But none of the letters or the money ever reached the girl. And why do you think that is? Before Kime can answer, the girl says, the mistake he made was to send the letters and money care of the tailor. He's been keeping all the money for himself. Kime looks away from the girl. In order to prop up one sad lie, the girl has piled on a still sadder one. A lie that can hurt another person. This is the saddest thing of all. The lock on the tailor's back door would be really easy to break, the girl adds, and she gallops away without waiting for Kime's reply. The girl comes running into the grocery store the next morning, shouting for the owner. She says directly to the woman, not to Kime, burglars broke into the tailor's shop last night. She says she saw a number of burglars sneaking in late at night after the marketplace emptied out. My oh my, says the woman with a forced smile. That must have been just terrible. She is obviously not taking the girl seriously. But it's true though, I really saw them. Look, little girl, I've had just about all I can take from you. You're such a little liar. It scares me to death to think about you growing up to be a burglar or a con artist or something. I'm busy trying to open my shop now, do you mind? Try it on somebody else. She is hardly through speaking when someone outside shouts, Help! Somebody come! The tailor is standing in the street looking horrified and screaming at the top of his lungs. Burglars! They took all my money! The little girl slips away as the tailor comes in. The marketplace is in an uproar. The girl was not lying, that much is certain. But all too accustomed to her lies, people now suggest the possibility was another kind of lie. Maybe she did it. What do you think? And so it begins. I think you may be right. Talk about play acting. I wouldn't put it past her. We'll go find her. We'll make her tell, even if we have to get a little rough with her. No one objects to this suggestion. Some run off to the storehouse, the other begins searching the marketplace. Can't find her anywhere. The storehouse is empty. She ran away with the money. As the searchers return with their reports and speculation, Kime finally understands everything. After all her sad lies, the girl is left behind one final truth. She couldn't have gotten very far. Yeah, we can still catch her. The little thief. Wait until I get my hands on her. The men rage and the women fan the flames. Good. Give her what she deserves. We were so nice to her, and now look how she treats us. We can't let her get away with it. A dozen men start to run after her, but Kime stands tall in the road, blocking their way. Hey, move it! The men are out for blood, but Kime knows if he felt like it, he could knock them all down and they wouldn't be able to lay a finger on him. Instead, he relaxes his powerful stance and throws a leather coin pouch on the ground in front of the men. Stolen money is in there, he says. What? Sorry, I stole it. A confused stir quickly turns into angry shout. Kime raises his hands to show that he will not resist. Do what you like with me. I'm ready. The lady grocer breaks through the wall of men shouting at him. How could you do this, Kime? I wanted the money. That's all. And you're not just saying this to protect the girl. The woman's intuition is too sharp. Forcing a smile, Kime turns to the dealer and says, "It was in the pot in the cabinet, right?" The man nods energetically. "It's true, he must have done it. I had the money in a pot. He's the thief." The money wasn't the only thing in the pot, though, was it? What are you saying? You had some letters in there, too. Letters from the girl's father. That's a lie. Don't be crazy. It's true, though. No, there couldn't have been any letters. I threw them all... The tailor clapped his hand over his mouth, but it is too late. The lady grocer glares at him. "What's this all about?" she demands. No, I mean, you'd better tell us everything." The people's angry glances turn from Kime to the tailor. Some days later, 2 letters arrive from the girl, addressed to the lady at the grocery store and the nice man upstairs. Kime's letter says the girl managed to find her father in the capital. He has no way of knowing if this is true or not. It's hard to imagine a little girl finding her father in the big city so easily without knowing his address or workplace. Still, he decides to believe it. When the girl's letter says, "I'm happy now." Human beings are the only animals that lie. Lies to deceive people, lies to benefit oneself, and lies to protect one's own heart from the threat of crushing loneliness and sorrow. If there were no lies in this world, much strife and misunderstanding would surely disappear. On the other hand, perhaps it is because this world is a mixture of truth and lies that people have learned how to believe. When he is through reading his letter, Kime turns to the woman. Concentrating on her own letter, she shyly raises her head when she senses Kime looking at her. "I give up. Listen to this. I'm so grateful to you and the others in the marketplace for all you've done for me. I'll never forget you as long as I live." A liar to the bitter end, that girl, she says, smiling through her tears. End. Then these sides of the main story is there for world character building. Really just there for character building. I feel like they sort of really like flesh out Kime in particular. Actually, no, sorry, that's not true. There are some that typically involve other main characters. They're like sort of mandatory ones. But most of the optional ones are just sort of, I don't know, a little bit of philosophizing, I guess. Station Square Monument. If you want anything, don't talk to me. Nice. I'm sure you can find a YouTube video that just plays all the dreams. Oh. Gaia Breaker and Gaia Ring. Damage up, critical up, and extra guard counter damage. That's pretty damn strong. Yeah, it's a super interesting just literary project, I feel like. What a wasted game. Just was locked on a dead system, pretty much. The importance of game preservation, man. Can't even buy it on the Xbox Marketplace, or you won't be able to buy. You won't be able to buy it soon. One of the two. 13's multiplat, but this isn't. 13's just about multiplat. 13 got one PC re-release. Otherwise, it would be stuck on older consoles. Oh, you can still buy it on Xbox One? Oh, that's neat. That's good then. Nice. Little attack boost. Is it not someone supposed to meet here? The station near the palace? Oh, here we go. We got a letter for him. Freedom armband. Man, we're getting just a ton of accessories now. Increases skill slots by 5? Can I increase my skill slots by 3 and then by 5? Okay, let's keep topping them up. I'm Bosch von Ronsenberg. Lost Odyssey Wiki has the transcriptions for everyone else added. I would recommend a video form if you can find it, just because, you know, there's sound, there's music, there are little visual elements that go into them that, in my opinion, do a good job of getting you in there. Alright, Urismian Street. Urismian Street. Yeah, that quote-unquote minigame was a little dumb. Okay, here we go. Main Street, in front of the tavern. Oh shit! I heard that goats have built all these magic weapons so they can burn Ura to the ground. I'll do anything that's necessary to beat Goatsa. It's like what they all say, kill or be killed. Ah. Here we go again. You're just in time for our storylet, the first of the day. Beyond the wall. The wall is being demolished. Sledgehammers resigned on both sides. The wall marked the national border for decades until yesterday. Border might not be the right word, however. Originally, both sides were part of a single nation. The country became divided owing to differences in ideology, and the two sides remained so mutually antagonistic that a high, thick wall had to be built. Those days are gone now. A year ago, the leaders of the two sides shook hands in a historic reconciliation. Today, after much preparation and coordination, the wall that symbolized the two sides' antagonism is being demolished. The sound of hammering signals the end of opposition and extols the beginning of peace. Lap, are you not getting a replica account? Sorry, I don't talk to chat during stories. Come on, give me a break, says Yugino, spitting on the ground and glaring at the backs of the people swarming at the wall. Look at them, smiling like idiots. Can't believe it. He glances at Kaim by his side as if to say, right? His still boyish face wears a scowl of disgust. Tell me, Kaim, you've been to a lot of different countries and seen all kinds of people. Can people just take years of hatred like that and throw it out the window? Kaim gives him a sour smile instead of replying. Yugino is a young man, the first person that Kaim became friends with shortly after he arrived in this border town. He's pleasant enough, except for his stubborn hatred of the people from the other side. One lousy handshake and I'm out of a job. I mean, really, give me a break. Yugino used to be a border guard. In other words, one of the men assigned to keep watch on the wall. He had volunteered, eager to kill anyone who dared come over the wall from the other side. If his superiors had permitted it, he would have gladly crossed over and attacked the other side, rather than waiting to fend off an invasion. As a mandatory part of the reconciliation, however, the border guards were disbanded. Unlike his brothers in arms, who quickly started new lives for themselves, Yugino was left behind by the changing times. Tell me, Kaim, can people be allowed to just sly off their resentment so easily? Do they just not give a damn? Kaim does not respond to this. He knows that Yugino is a victim of an age of confrontation. Still just a young man, a boy even. Yugino has been thoroughly conditioned since childhood to view the other side as the enemy. Watch out. The other side could attack at any time. Watch out. The other side are all cruel, cold-hearted villains. Watch out. If the other side ever invaded us and occupied our towns, they'd burn down our houses, steal our property, kill our men, and assault our women. Watch out. The day is not far off when they'll be invading us. It could be 3 days from now, or it could be tomorrow. They might be climbing the wall already, this very moment. Watch out. They've already sent their spies among us, and you can tell for sure who they are. They're the ones who extol and sympathize with the other side by word and by deed. Watch out. They're probing for the slightest gaps in our psychological armor. Remain alert. Be ready to draw your sword at any moment. Watch out. Watch out. Watch out. Watch out. There was much to be found out about the other side in the history books distributed in the schools on this side. The pictures of the people from the other side portrayed them all as ferocious demons. Not the only one, you know. All of us were taught the same thing. So how come everybody but me is so happy about the wall coming down? Yukino asks, looking utterly bewildered by these new developments. Again and again he repeats his disbelief. Finally, Kaim cannot help but respond to him. You were too pure, he says. What? It's not your fault, Huguenot. It's the ones who filled your pure, honest heart with hatred. Wait a second now, Kaim. The animals who live on the other side of the wall are the ones who did that to me. The horrible things they do. Kaim cuts him short. Have they ever done anything horrible to you? Well, sure, no, not really to me, but... Just what is it you hate the other side for? Well, you see... Huguenot is momentarily at a loss for words until all he can do is raise his voice and blurt out, It's true though. The whole bunch of them are just horrible people. He folds his arms in a decided pout. How are they horrible? What did you ever see any of them do? When? Where? Huguenot stammers and sputters. Have you ever even met somebody from over there? Kaim demands to know. Huguenot hangs his head and checks it from side to side. With a grim smile, Kaim says, Well, I have. And they're not devils or demons or anything of the sort. How could they be? We all used to be a part of the same country. But that stuff is beside the point anyway. Countries and races and tribes. You're all human beings. You're all the same. Huguenot stays silent, hanging his head. Cheers erupt at the wall. The wall that has separated the two worlds for decades has just now been broken through. Representatives from this side and the other side walk through the opening, greet each other with smiles and firm handshakes, and embrace. The cheers grow louder, and people, mostly members of the younger generation, gather in circles here and there, expressing their joy. Huguenot glares down at his own shadow and asks Kaim, So what should I do now? All I've ever done is hate. All I've ever known is how to do is hate them. Kaim gives Huguenot a pat on the shoulder and says, It's not too late to change. You can start now. Can I? You can. I'm sure of it. Kaim is sure because he knows what it was like when both sides were a single country. It was a kindly nation, by no means rich. It was yet a happy country of compassionate people. I'm telling you, Huguenot, people can change. If you say so. Look over there, Huguenot. Look at those people enjoying themselves. Hesitantly, Huguenot raises his head. Around the wall, a celebration is beginning. Young people are dancing, singing, toasting each other, engaging in conversation, and all of them used to be companions of Huguenot's, who received the same education he did. No doubt the young people on the other side were similarly educated to hate. What do you see over there? Demons? Devils? Huguenot shakes his head and lets a tightness go out of his shoulders. I'm beginning to wonder, Kaim. Why until now I've been so... Kaim pats him on the shoulder again to signal that he understands. People can change, he says. They can change from hating to loving, and from loving to hating. Yes, Kaim knows about that as well. He saw how such a wonderfully unified country was divided in two at the end of a violent civil war. Don't change anymore, Kaim says, not just to Huguenot but to all of the smiling young people. A young girl hesitantly approaches Huguenot. She is from the other side. She holds a plate full of cookies. Have some if you'd like, she says. I baked them this morning. The cookies are heart-shaped. Urged on by the smiling Kaim, Huguenot reaches out for a cookie, his face bright red. Thanks, he says shyly and takes a bite of his cookie. Good? She asks. Huguenot turns a deeper shade of red and says, Delicious. White birds cut across the blue sky, from the other side to this side, from this side to the other. The white birds sail through the sky almost joyfully, as if to tell the people below, in the beginning there were no borders. End. That was a fairly short one. Oh. Sarah's present is hidden in the mansion's courtyard. Didn't I get that? I wonder if that means Gongora's mansion. Ura City sewers, which I can reach in the secret passage in the back of the inn. This is not the inn. What are you looking at there? A busted sword, eh? Hey Barkus, this thing for sale or what? Hmm? Oh, someone brought that in from an expedition into the Highlands. It's a fancy piece of work, but it's useless now, of course. If it was Urun, I'd make half an effort to find its owner's next of kin, but with the Kent, well, you can take it with you if you like. I don't care. There was a Kenton soldier. Where was he? My guess is Lowtime. So we'll make a stop back there at some point. Maybe in Kent? I don't know if I can visit the ruins of Kent. Which aren't too different from, you know, what Kent used to look like. It's not a nice part of England. Never been? Me neither. At least I don't think I have. Whenever I've been about in England, I've not really like paid attention to the counties or whatever. Wait, are the sewers not just a big old dungeon? They're big enough. I can see where the treasure is. Didn't mean to come this way. Is it downstairs? Yep, there it is. Scroll of secret skills. skill hit inflicts damage on one enemy based on currently equipped skills. So what, the more skills you have, the better it is, the more damage it does. The skills that we get from our equipment are starting to get real funky. Proper end game break your character kind of stuff, it seems like. Alright, talk to Verno in Verno's Tavern. Is it time to beat the game yet? We're not gonna beat the game this stream. We might not even beat the game next stream. There might be a little bit more tidying up to do next stream. Oh shit. Hold on. You're fresh from the battlefield too, aren't you? Guess we both owe someone upstairs big time, huh? Kinda feel like a heel thinking about all my dead buddies, but having another chance to see your family? Well, that's a great feeling. I don't think I'd actually make it out of this alive after all. I have no idea what I'm going to do when it's time to knock on my family's front door. We can dream this one next time. A hero's return, I'll write that down. Thrown to the trash behind the inn in Ura. Man, we just came from there. Hi, rude. Byproduct X? I will not. Alright, I've already got that one. Elevated entrance at Gotza. Already got that one. Okay. I think the rest are in Namara. Let's just check which one we have to find here. Black Cave, Ice Canyon, Gongora's Research Lab. Where'd I find that? Mansion's Courtyard. That is either back near Tosca or Gongora's Mansion. And given that it's Sarah's gift, I imagine that it's in Tosca, or well, near Tosca. So how do I get to Gongora's Mansion? Is it up this way? I believe it's up this way. Uria. Yep, this looks familiar. Would not be surprised if there was some sort of optional boss in here, given it is Gongora's home. Starge, a random hat has been redeemed. I shall do it for the... Also, you said you were taking a break because peeps were annoying you? Was it anything in particular? I mean, you don't have to share if you don't want to. I just would not want to be part of it. Nothing in particular, just being annoyed. Fair enough. But hitting ya. I get ya. Alright. 5 maybe votes. Who am I? Yep, nope, Starge, you're right. It is Zelda. Because Minin got the game, the particular version of Zelda, Minin, you gotta maybe vote as well. What do we put them towards? My face got fucked up? Your face got fucked up. Fuck your face up. Was that gonna just be 6 towards Sleepy then? Trying to think, where's the entrance to Gongora's secret lab? There are 2 doors still left here. One of them's an elevator heading down, I think. This is where, as Gongora, he went to make his Mudman, I think. But then we played a little bit as Gongora doing this. Anything else to inspect on his study here? A door that we cannot access. What's this thing? It's a magic device that can record thoughts. Gongora probably used it to record his research. Shall we check what's inside?
Eternity is amazing. Do not have fear of death. As long as I am in this world, I am immortal, akin to a god. I am this world's time and history in one person. However, to remain so, I must destroy the Tower of Mirrors. But if I do, it will break the link to the power of my home world. and I will lose the magic energy of this world. If that happens, my immortality will be swept along in the flow of time. I need to create a magic energy engine in this world to replace the Tower of Mirrors. An engine would stamp out the interference from my whole world and give me access to even more magic energy here. First, I must establish a power base to ensure that this world runs according to my will, the royal house of Ura. I can position myself into that house to gain power and manipulate the people. With that power and the magic energy, my place as a god shall be guaranteed.
It's so annoying. What the heck does that Gongora guy want to do? The throne of the gods. Does he believe such a thing actually exists? He probably does. That's why he completed the Grand Staff, even if it meant becoming the King of Earth first. Did we really just get Gongora's motivation revealed to us? In a little optional audio log. 30 years ago, a new form of energy, magic energy, suddenly began to flow into the world. Magic has always been known to exist in minute qualities in all form of matter, but why it multiplied so quickly remains a mystery to all. Magic energy continues to alter every aspect of human life, industry, and even the way wars are waged. The most fascinating aspect of this energy lies not in the revolutionary change it's brought, but in the power itself, which is deeply connected with the hidden secrets of this world. It is generally accepted that magic energy exists within all of us. The sorcerers who have learned to harness this power, however, would have serious qualms about that explanation. To them, the world itself is but a mere shadow compared to the overwhelming importance of magic energy. Magic energy has afforded us a new perspective on our existence, but when the full extent of its presence is finally understood, an inevitable question will arise. Is our insignificant world record really the appropriate place to contain such an overwhelming amount of power? Look, I'm just trying to open a door. Y'all are giving me lore. First experiment, inconclusive. Further experimentation required. Second experiment, still inconclusive. The research lab is unsuitable for this work due to noise affecting the magic energy measurements. A path was discovered leading underground to an odd location. With the proper setup, it may find use as an experiment lab. An accidental magic discharge occurred during experimentation. Indoor experimentation has been indefinitely postponed due to the danger involved. Some material loss recorded after the post-accident investigation was believed to have fallen through the waste vent. Contamination via valve release postponed due to possible effects on other experiments. All indoor experimentation cancelled. Experiment 221 classified as failure. Oh, is this gonna be the same thing? I know that we accessed Gongora's hidden lab somehow when we were playing as Gongora. But where the hell is it? Secret cave under Gongora mansion. Oh, well, there's one of the royal seals we've been looking to collect. Oh. Let's go save this first. Anywho, in Resident Evil, the final grand plans tend to be revealed through notes. That's like a series tradition. You only get like the explanation of what's really going on in like any Resident Evil game by reading notes. But in this game, it is straight up the main villain's primary motivation, which is very funny to me. Not that it's anything I don't think you could have inferred. Oh, I didn't realize slash remember that Gongora built Grand Staff to replace the Hall of Mirrors. That's neat. That's why he needed to continuously gather more and more magical energy in this world so that he could build it and then eventually destroy the Hall of Mirrors, securing his immortality. Also, love a good optional dungeon. Why not?
Don't overdo it.
Wow. Wow. Believe kind cannot be petrified now.
I'm okay.
Never mind. Need to make sure that I have petrification resistance on our peeps here.
Looks like I still have work to do.
Sarah has learned spell counter. Jeez, this is gonna be a big dungeon, isn't it? Multiple levels. Jumping points. Polaris bombs. Polaris Bueller's Day Off. Was that coin sign a reference to the Super Mario Brothers movie? You decide. Yes? You didn't need to decide that quickly. There's no need for that. Sure. Why not? Man, this game sure does have a lot of end game content. And we're going to do a lot of it. Am I enjoying it? Yeah, I think stuff like this is neat. For sure. Nice little extra
I'm
boss.
always ready.
Bunch of accessories to break the game. These assholes. Oh, let's go. Kind with the counters.
Dark power of
It's over.
Ow.
Like taking candy from a baby.
Why are you taking candy from babies, Kanye? It's fucked up. No. Oh wait, no. No, okay, that's a good thing then. Yeah. Take that candy from those babies. Love a good magical lock key. I mean, he's immortal, but he can still very much suffer pain, injury, probably disease.
You know you get scared way too much, Shorty.
Yeah, well, you look scared too.
Oh, very clever. Funny. Yeah. What is your problem? What are you hiding behind your mama?
Wait, what did you just say?
Okay, okay. If we go against each other, we play right into Gongora's hands.
It looks like something's happening. Do not go.
Another randomly hidden boss, let's go.
What?
I see this time we are fighting a selection of Silent Hills.
Okay.
Rude.
I'm okay.
That was a close one.
The Backyard Weekly? What? Oh wait, the backyard is that A backyard themed magazine which features a combat comic. Yeah, it's that arena in Gotza. Strange. Wait, was that the treasure? Yeah. Blackstaff, I'm guessing that's Jensen. Demon King's Horn. Darkstaff made from the horn of a giant demon. Sure. Fire, Spirit Killer, MP Absorb. Alright, anyone can use that. Very nice. Alright, can we get through this magic barrier now, I wonder? Oh, we can! And this is gonna lead up to Gongora's office. That's neat. I think that's what, 3 crests out of the way? Can't remember how many the game said there were. There's probably as many crests as there are playable characters. So I'm guessing 3 out of 9 is what we got so far. Alright. Are there any more treasure hunts in the city? Nope, but there is one in the abandoned mansion. I also want to check out that tower by the gate again because the guy gets said something about keeping treasures that were there, but I don't know how to get to where the treasures he said are. Any taxi men's here? You taxi mans? You are not a taxi man, you're one of the dudes who used to be on the council. That's neat. Sam, we fucked up. Gongora, not a chill dude. We didn't mean to give him absolute power. We did a little fucky wucky. Oh, here we go. Totally missed that lift. Platinum Gauntlet. Recovers HP when defend is used. Don't I already have things that do that? Recovers MP when defend is used. Okay, so slightly different thing. I wonder if there's any treasure maps for the Northern Cape that we've missed. Okay, nope, that is in fact the item that we find there. Probably I was thinking of that. Glanced over that while I was going through the list. Blazing Fire Amulet. Fireproof. God damn it, really, we're just getting all of the elemental nullification skills.
Oh no! Look out!
What do your Scobie eyes see? Whatever Scobie saw, it killed him. Poor Scobert. Wait, have you learned 5 slots already? No. Close though. Freaky ghost bed. Whatever else that guy, Neil, whose surname I forget, whatever else he does is gonna just be like overshadowed by that forever, as far as I'm concerned. Isarega? 100% certain I butchered his name. Just flat out. Alright, Namara. Also where our plot leads, so we might accidentally problems with genius mashups. I like his stuff, but nothing. He hasn't made it like a banger, like bustin', as far as I'm concerned, from the stuff that I've heard at the very least. But I have enjoyed his other music. Not always as actual music. Alright, who are we talking to here first? Numata. Thayran's Inn. Welcome back, my queen. Queen Ming is back. Pretty popular, aren't you? Why don't you say something to them? I apologize for being away for so long. I'm glad to see all of you well. Well, I'm glad to see you too, Queen. Still so beautiful. And so strong. I knew we could trust Queen Ming to defeat that Arthrosaurus. Namara is saved and it's all thanks to you. Thank you so much, Queen Ming. I'm so happy our queen is back. Hopefully you'll put General Kakanis in his place. Oh, we have to deal with Kakanis again? Kakanis, huh? Guess your absence must have turned him loose. Well, now what, Ming? You going back to the palace? Kakanis may have some sort of trap set up. No, I'll be alright. I have an important task to take care of. It's time. I forgot to read the notes. You didn't have to do the fucking buzzer noise at me. Jesus. I wanted to see what the... He just says, play the music again. It's not Simon, it's literally just... acknowledge the music. It's simpler than Simon. ERGF. EDCR. I think I might need 4 peeps for this mission though. Like, this is a pointless minigame. Wow. I can read. Kalilon badge, I'm guessing that is... Kalilon immunity. Evade up? Oh, okay. That's not too bad. That's good for people with counter on them. Is that a fox? Child? What is it? Are my ears that weird looking? Not really. Really? So why'd you talk to me then? Want to play with me? Sure. Okay, let's play tag. I'll run off and you try to catch me. Why is there a cat girl? Whoa, you got me. That's weird. I thought that I'd be a whole lot faster than you. Well, it was still fun, so whatever. You can have this. I found it on the road. Pretty, don't you think? Okay. Sure. I'll take your slot seed. Well, Pimmy, it was a glass of dog piss. It all makes sense. The square near Damara's Fountain, or the steps near Damara's Fountain Square. Either way, it's right over here. refresh us. Refresh Sussy. Here you go, chat. Now, no one else has to say it. Sandeman family house on Canal Street. This is not Canal Street, this is Main Street. Ugh, my mom's so slow. She really ought to stay home and take care of the housework instead. She's getting too old for this. Well, sorry. Ah. Okay, Return of the Native. Another one we'll listen to next time. Or read, rather. Yeah, we're gonna have at least another stream of just endgame tidy up to go, for sure. At least a bunch of the treasures have been, like, easy to find. Once you, get the clue. Okay, I think we have to go to the Crimson Forest anyway, so we'll probably get him a couple crystal fragments. That lady just wants to create some living beasts, which I can understand. Yeah, there's a royal seal in the Crimson Forest, so we'll be heading there to get him his bullshit anyway. Hey, you can't just take that. Hey, come back here. Ha, make me. He gets me every time. I'm gonna teach him a lesson one of these days. Kime, stop letting people make you remember things. Lottery of Life. This is the house. Treasure from the east is hidden deep in the Temple of Enlightenment. Do I remember a Temple of Enlightenment? Gonna rob these people. Your shit has been an amnesiac. I don't... Sure. Sorry, video game, it is too late for more reading. But it was a good story. The Temple of Enlightenment. Is that the temple in the Crimson Forest? Wait, I don't even think that was the right house. How'd I get this bridge done? How'd I get this bridge done? Hey, wait. Wait up. Huh? You're not my brother. Sorry, my sister must have caused some trouble for you. Look, you're gonna get lost if you keep that up. I told you to wait while I get you the balloon, didn't I? Oh my god. Every step? Don't you forget about me. Alright, I'm thinking maybe that bridge doesn't come down until I've actually done the next story bit. So... for now, I am going to... yeah, I'm gonna call it for there, I think. We've done a lot. Feels like there's still a bit more to do. But I'm going to say thank you everybody for joining me tonight. Thank you very much for hanging out. Thanks for chilling and for chatting. Thank you to Yuho, the big old raid earlier. Much appreciated. And yeah, I'll be back again tomorrow. Start time says like 10:30. It's probably going to be 11 or 11:30 because it just seems to be morning times. I always tend to be a bit late because that's just the kind of person that I am, I guess. But yeah, back tomorrow morning. Fire Emblem Engage. Still got a ways to go in that game, but we'll get there together. Then on Friday evening, we're going to be doing a one-stream campaign playthrough of Ridge Racer Type 4. On Saturday, we're doing a little birthday celebration stream. I'm going to be doing a big old scoop of PB, and it's going to be one of those things that if you want me to play a game of your choice, you can feel free to tip me, you know, $10 or more. I'll even buy any game so long as it's $5 or less. And if anyone wants to make me play a particular game, I'll be going long on Saturday. If you want to make me play a particular game on Saturday, and you already know it, you want me to play it, feel free to let me know about it. And I'll get it, you know, like pre-downloaded or whatever. And you can feel free to go fuck yourself. No, I'm kidding. It'll be a good time anyway, you know, regardless of whether or not anyone gets me to play any games of their choice. We're gonna have fun because I'm gonna be playing a bunch of games and just chilling up with chat and celebrating another year of life. But for now, the celebrations are for Blue Valco, who's currently playing The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, so please everybody go say hello to him. I thank you all so much for hanging out with me today. I really appreciate your company as always. As we get deeper into the sheer RPG-ness that is my life, I reckon 2 to 3 more streams of Lost Odyssey and we'll have it in the bag, but I'm actually really enjoying how much like post-game there is. You love to see it. A game with some beef, and the beef isn't all just running around doing hunts in the one open area of the game, Final Fantasy 13. But until next time, take care everybody, be good, and bye-bye.